Alright, I'm here. Ugh. Oh, it is warm. I don't need to tell you. Unless you're in Australia right now, you are probably suffering. Did they suffer like this in Australia last year? They probably did. Icy and cold AC. It's not like I can't afford the AC or anything else like that. I'm just trying to see, like, I don't know, maybe I am torching. Maybe I'm just giving myself ball torture for no reason. But I could be a little sadism. I very arbitrarily decided I wanted my power bill to be under $200 a month. Pretty much the only way I was able to do that is to cut out the AC and be conscientious of the power that I use. There was a guy that was doing like linear algebra estimates on the new crafting system. You live in an area in Mexico where it's hot and humid, 38 degrees Celsius on average, like year round. Cut back on the couches. I'm getting another couch and you can't stop me. Jen's fine. Jen's working right now in AC. The school pays for the AC. In fact, the AC is so cold at her work, she has to bring like a jacket. She brings a jacket because it's too cold. Now, by the time she gets back, it's like around 4 or 5 p.m. So, you know, it's still warm from the day, but it's not like insanely hot. And then, you know, we've got AC in the bedroom, so if she's hot, she can just go in there to cool off. I've got fans everywhere. It's not like I've got like a closed-in hot box. I'm just suffering. We don't have central air. I'm not going to get central air. We're not doing that. There's an announcement today. There's like a Comic-Con thing. Fans, honestly, if it's cool enough outside, you only need fans. Like if it's at like at 80s, low 80s, and you get a good circulation going, at night it's not that bad. I know that sounds like extreme copium, but I'm telling you it's true. Am I glued to the couch right now? Well, this is not a leather couch. This is a fabric couch. I do have a leather couch, and I would probably make some noise if I moved around on it, I guess. Have you ever had an issue with PCSX2 at freeze when completing a quest objective? I have not. I have never had that issue. And if you have, I'm sorry to hear that. Does anyone care if I just do, like, follower quests? I want to fight a Kushala. Is there not a Kushala follower quest? Oh. Why is Kushala rank 5 and everything else is rank 6? Just bring Arlo? Okay. Patreon for leather couch one. I'll probably stay on this fabric couch when I go down into the basement. I just show that marketing video on repeat. I mean, it was very good. I'm just like addicted to elemental attack up. Yeah, I'm gonna go into the basement, I think, for the winter. Cause, I mean, I don't know. I mean, the price of oil is going down. Maybe it won't matter, but I don't want to have to heat my second floor if I could help it. I mean, I'm sure we'll get... Well, I mean, I don't even know if we'll get details at some point. I mean, it wouldn't be out of line for just Capcom to essentially shadow drop something. You'd go to the basement for summer and the solarium for the winter. It gets way too hot in the solarium. Unless I had like a new... It's 77 degrees where you are. Aren't you in Florida? It is 88 degrees Fahrenheit. Why? Why do you get that? The hole is definitely cooler in the summer months and then warmer, obviously, in the winter months. Is that good? I would argue 77 degrees is as close to an ideal room temperature as you could possibly get. Maybe for some people it'd be like a little bit lower, like a 74 or something like that. Hopped right onto the arm. That's tremendous. Well, certainly 77 degrees Celsius, you're probably dead. I don't know. Do you die? What is 77 Celsius in Fahrenheit? You're probably, if you're not dead, you're close to dying. Dead. You might be able to survive like a minute. At that, you may not die immediately. Arlo's got it. Oh, there's a Rajang here. I guess we'll take it. Your infrared sauna does not go that high. I mean, I think a healthy person with some training and acclimation could probably survive it for a couple minutes. But certainly you would be at some point you would die from that heat. Tailka? I don't care about it. Kind of training? Heat training. Is that a real thing? I don't know. 70 degrees Celsius for 30 minutes? Yeah, that's what I mean, like that sort of training. I mean, that's a while. It's a lot of shinies. Played a lot more of the Final Fantasy game. Doesn't really ever get better. I don't really know what to tell you guys. I want to make a video that's like a strategy video, and then I want to make a video that's like a review of it. I don't think the strategy video is going to help anyone. I don't think anyone is playing that video game. Square Enix is very lucky they have the fan base that they do. It was bad. It was just very low effort. My guess is they were, you know, whatever, because they were selling a season pass, they were contractually obligated to release something. Yeah, that's the game I'm talking about, Carcass. Like they were required to release something because, you know, the game launched with a season pass day one. I was fighting the same thing all day. I mean, I didn't play the game right. The right way to play the game is to fight the same monster for 4 hours until you get to gear level 400. And then, even then, outside of occasionally clearing a mission to increase your job level limits, just keep fighting the same thing. It's so stupid. There's an okay game there. They just I don't know. Like, when you, all the Neo games, like, they all had, like, you know, like, real, like, voice acting, cinematics, interesting new systems, stuff like that. This one doesn't really have that. I mean, it's a fun game. The first playthrough, if you could get the game for like $20, base game. To me, it's worth playing for like the base game. Yeah, I mean, if you never played Neo past like the story, it's actually not bad. It's just they didn't, the way the system's in place, you're not like really super rewarded for grinding a boss. Like a boss in Neo, like bosses would drop their souls. At the very least, you know, you might grind a specific boss because they'll drop a soul, or you know, something else like that. I guess technically in Strangers of Paradise you can grind a boss because if you like their ability, you could grind them and get their accessory. But like, I haven't even found any accessories that I really wanted to use. Like the Fire NATO guy in Neo 2. That was the first guy. That was the first, well, not really the first boss. Enki? What's his name? He's a neat dude. I mean, by the time you got the depths and the underworld in Neo 2, you know, like, I don't, there was already so much content. Oh, Anera, that was it, not Enki. Enki is another guy. Neo 1 is okay, you didn't like Neo 2? Neo 1 was okay, but Neo 2 I feel like is an improvement in every way. Kind of looking for a large Elder Dragon Gem. I saw a shiny in the distance. I didn't care to grab it. I was like, I don't care. Time for disappointment. Disappointment ahead. Play Neo for the Japanese mythology? Yeah, they do a good job with that. I'm looking forward to Team Ninja's next game. Neo 1 is nice in the sense that, like, if you've really enjoyed Neo 2 and you just, like, want some different stuff to do, it gives you a bunch of different stuff to do. That's it. You're like, oh, I sucked Neo 2 dry of all the content, and I want to do some slightly different things. But Neo 2 is just a better game. It's just better. Daiji? I don't know what Daiji is. Is that a fate thing? We'll fight Teostra. No, maybe we'll fight Camelios. Coco Olo. Good morning. See my OCD about having exactly 1,000 points? Am I? I mean, I want it to be at 1,000 points. I don't know if it's be exactly at it. You got laid off from your job yesterday. I thought you were planning on leaving that job. The hell? Is this the recession that, like, everyone's worried about? Did it just happen? Is it, like, happening as we speak? That's awful. I'm sorry to hear that. Mailed this screamer? Oh. I mean, you seem very qualified at whatever it is you do. Right? Can't imagine it's going to be a problem. I think he'll be fine. He was already job hunting. Oh, it's the job you got afterwards? That sucks. What a dicks. They hired you just to let you go? The dick move. Sorry to hear that. I think with this, we can... Probably don't even need any sharpness skills. We're restructuring, you're gonna have to let you go. I mean... There is theories that we're already like slowly moving into like a recession, so it is possible. You know, this might be kind of nice against Chameleos. Prevent Venom. Housing Crash might be nice. I mean, there will be untold suffering, but after the suffering, I mean, yeah, I mean, I guess things might be okay. Did I go over on crit? Probably. Socioeconomic collapse. I don't think there's going to be total socioeconomic collapse. 2, 3, 4, 7. You own multi-houses, you should suffer. If you are over-leveraged on multiple houses, definitely, I mean, you're asking for it. I have no sympathy for realtors. People that do that sort of thing. They know what they're doing. That looks pretty nice. 1 point of latent power would be okay, I guess. Man, maybe crit element would actually be kind of okay somewhere. I don't really need these arms, do I? Espinus dual blades are better. I'm about to fight Chameleos. Fucking handsome today, streamer. I feel not handsome, but thank you. How are the Rathalos arms? They're technically better. No. Attack 2 and 2. Attack 2 with Wirebug Whisper in this. I can put 2 points of crit element here. Did that just make it worse? What? I think I did. Would I swim in Jello? No. You'd probably drown. Probably get stuck in it and die. Take the throttle out? I kind of want 100% affinity. Is that so wrong to want that? This is actually kind of better. It does prevent the venom. Am I just dumb? 2. I do want... I would love to have crit element. I just don't know if I could fit it. It's probably just not going to happen. Bloodlust for 100%. But then I don't have any room. I mean, realize that when I max out Crit Eye, it's technically worth 20% affinity, the same that Bloodlust would give me, right? Add in Challenger? I don't really know the enraging patterns for Chameleos. I mean, I could stop at attack 5. But attack 7 is just so good. I'm just gonna pull latent power on. You can't stop me. Bloodlust adds 3 element. How are Chameleos' hit zones? Is he 25 on his head and his arms? Hind leg. It wouldn't go off. I mean, in theory, we could put the Deora on. Ads. Super Sorrow unknowingly, unwittingly, slowly repaying me in $5 in Twitch ad revenue. You're on the fence about Dereliction? I like it, but then you don't? That sounds pretty normal. Moving from the suicide mana, if I'm going to do a TA run, I'm probably going to run Dereliction, because it's that good. If I'm not doing a TA run, probably not going to run it. It's like a lot of work. It's like a lot of effort. It's die. I sometimes think about the Team Ninja, the Neo and Strangers of Paradise games, and I try to figure out why they're not as popular. Is it just because they're too difficult? There's too many systems. People just prefer the lore in Dark Souls. I'm not saying they're necessarily better games, but I just think they'd be fun companion games to people that are fans of the games in the series. Yo, the Chameleos disappears off the map. That's kind of cool when he does that. I think the level structure and loose system aren't great and take away from the experience. Strangers of Paradise, in a way, fixes that, but in the worst way possible. In that, it's the gear level that matters the most, and then you start min-maxing. But by then, you're already in the post-game. That's a sex word level 1, Fog. You said the words, suck them. Not time for everybody to just start spamming suck them in chat. Remove automod. I have on the lowest settings possible now. He's about to go to maximum 1984 when we turn into a VOD channel when I'm in Finland in the woods. It's definitely way more complicated than any other action RPG that's on the market, right, Blur? The key system? Woo! That is something. Leave Automod off while VODs, let us play. You need to moderate your channel. I don't want Twitch to get mad at me. good is Teostra's Blessing for fire elemental weapons? If you got space, 10% is pretty good. On top of anything else. I'd say the most off-putting thing for the Bahamut difficulty is that for some reason they start you off at level 200, even though max level in Chaos was 300. But then level 200 Bahamut is harder than level 300 in Chaos. Does that make sense? I'm gonna get a lot of huzzs in chat, and I know it's understand. I can only really play in a controller NX Mad because if I play on a keyboard for too long now, it hurts my wrists. Obviously, mouse and keyboard is going to be superior. Press the line into cheater territory and Rise? How are you cheating? Spirit Bird mod? It's a little cheating. Is it an OCD thing? Because you feel like you gotta see those bars filled? Way too much loot? You gotta play with like the loot filter on. Right now I'm at level 4 and 5 drops only. What is OCD? Obsessive. Fix the stamina Spirit Birds? Oh, I kind of agree. If they give you life, why don't they give you stamina? Very strange. Maybe it's because if they did that, it would end up refilling your entire stamina bar. Why would that be a problem? I mean, it really could. I mean, I say that as if it would be like the end of the world, but maybe they couldn't figure out a way to do it without like causing your stamina bar to refill entirely, and they didn't want that. The little golden spirit bugs actually refill your stamina, don't they? What do those things do? Don't those things do something? I think they do. So why not give the yellow Spirit Birds the same effect as the golden Spirit Bird? Now that I think about it, it's actually really weird. Isn't that strange? That's a little weird. Now that I think about it. I try not to think. There's a stamina bird mod. I mean, there's a design decision behind it. You know, it doesn't mean you have to agree with it. So we sharpened twice, though, huh? That really wasn't that bad. Hey, I got a large Elder Dragon gem. I forget I was going to use it. I know I wanted one, but I don't really know what I wanted it for. Man, those used to be like the thing that you would be farming for. That used to be like what you would go for. Try not to take most dual blade user mains. Look. All right. I am brain warning candidate number 1, but I would argue my style of dual blades. Have a Coke? No, this is water with electrolytes in it. I don't know if I could show it to you. $111 in your car yesterday? Awful. Your body craves electrolytes. Give it what it needs. My plan? I am. Do I have any heavy bowgun builds? I got like a coconut gun build. I don't know if it's good, but like, it exists. I don't know. I put tune up on it. It's probably not worth it. Did I quote Idiocracy? Idiocracy was a documentary. Let us be very clear. I put redirection on it. I don't know if I like it. I don't know. It's a weapon you can use. That's like the dumbest thing. Why is aluminum deodorant? Probably helps kill the bacteria that makes your armpits smell bad. It's just a guess. I don't really know. Like, in theory, this would be very good against Kezu. In reality, he'll probably kill me. Anyone got that feeling? Anyone else feel that way sometimes? I do. I'd have to fight Kezu. I'm gonna try and fight him. I'm probably gonna die. I'm gonna die once or twice, and then I'm gonna switch to like a better set. I don't know. It's a personal problem, but I'm just not a big of a fan of bowgun anymore. Is 8:15 a good time against Alwa casually? I don't think it's bad. Is it a good time? I don't know if it's a good time, but I mean, I think it's fine. It's not a bad time. Aluminium in color. Studied a lot of Japanese today, guys. I have a fun time with that language. I enjoy it. It's a fun little language. It's fun when like all those years of watching anime subtly helps prepare you for like the grammar and other stuff. That's code for watching hentai. I did not watch hentai for 2 hours. How depraved do you think I am? That's like a lot of time. I read doujins for 2 hours, obviously. Nothing is more depressing than when you go to do a redirection And, like, it just doesn't happen. I told you guys my goal, right? I just want to go to Osaka and have a good time and have a good trip before it goes underwater. That's all I want. What? No! You'd rather have evade extender than redirection? How cope is spread heavy bowgun? Or, guard heavy bowgun? Not doing a very good job. Oh! Oh! Use the spread, guard, heavy bug gun, farm low, high rank. Sounds pretty comfy. Oh, shoot. My ammo. Tune up is bad? I don't know. I haven't found it great. Why tune up and not, like, guard? What's the, like, what's the comparison between the two? Is tune-up actually better for your shield than just running guard? You only need 1 point on the shield. That feels pretty easy to get. Not sure if guard works anymore. Should work, right? That sounds like something that might be fun to test. I love his head drag move. That looks like something out of Frontier. Did I get it? Ooh, almost died there. Never punished. Usually the Comic-Con stuff, you gotta be there in person, walking on the sun. It's a reward for the people that attend the convention to be able to see it in person. If it was all, like, live streamed, I don't know, it wouldn't be as popular. Now, they might reveal something after the stream. Blast effective versus anomaly parts? I don't know. It's good for breaking parts anyways. Wrong move. Fat shot seems underwhelming. It's not necessarily good for damage in and of itself. To me, I view it more as, like, you don't have to reload. But I was tackling. Oh, you absolute bastard. Crouch fire replaces charge shots? Yeah, it's the replacement for holding the button down. Punished. These Strangers of Paradise mods are crazy. Thank you. I'm just so tired of the Monster Hunter World mods joke. I just have like like beyond like what's below negative patience. The Strangers of Paradise mod. We modded out gear level. Ugh. Ugh. No! I would say Strangers of Paradise is, like, if I had to put $1 on it, $20 to $30 for the base game experience is fun and worth the time. Everything else, you gotta be, like, really into it. 1,000 points if I triple. Not gonna happen though. Sorry. I don't know what price it's for right now. I'm assuming it's full price at 60. I don't, unless you really love action RPGs and you need another action RPG to play right now. It's not like the DLC is that good. That like, oh wow, it completely fixes everything that was wrong with the base game. What did the DLC add? It added a couple, and like do not take this as like a high number. Literally a couple of new boss fights. It changed some of the patterns in some of the boss fights. It added a new way to get the highest rarity weapons, but that method kind of sucks. It added subclasses to the jobs, so that the job abilities now have additional effects. It added a higher level of difficulty, maybe that's obvious. It added a new weapon. It added a couple new classes that also have their own subclasses. Have a nice day. I'm trying to think if I missed anything. It didn't even add a new map. I mean, it added like a boss fight area, like a cave. But it didn't even add like a new overworld map. I plan to do a review of it, but one of the most telling things is on like the second boss fight they give you. They didn't even create a new like Jack kills the boss animation. They just recycled one that they had. I think every Royal Ludroth weapon is pretty good. I probably have it. It's probably what I use. Do I play outside? We're outside right now. It's still very hot. so hot. This is what I use? I'm gonna make something different. I hate this. I hate everything about this. This is way too try-hard. What's wrong with me? No, I don't like it. You're using Lujoth, but switch to Garngolm? Garngolm doesn't have water. Can you enable Dyes of Cringe? You're going to have to post that if you want me to use it. How easy would it be to set up a Rise randomizer? I think Albino Donkey already made it at some point. Easy. And in fact, I think it's much easier to do it in this game than it was in World. It's the strongest build in your opinion. Like you plan on... Like, how good are you at the video game? Don't drop Dereliction. Alright, I'll use 1 point of Dereliction. Assume excellent, it's my opinion. I mean, there's an objective answer here. I mean, if you're the strongest gamer in the world, you would do like max Dereliction, feline heroics. Yeah, I made a video on my YouTube channel that you could check out that, like, it's not necessarily the strongest build, but, I mean, I got over 600 raw and, like, 163 element. It's just because I don't think the arms are good value. I mean, it's just like not an easy question. Like, what's the strongest build? I mean, it depends. Like, the weapon, every weapon is going to be different. You can't just take, like, one thing and then apply it to everything. Even in games that, like, I don't play too many other games, but I mean, in general, people assume that if you're playing a different class, like, the build you're going to need is different. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. You know, Mail of Hellfire is okay. Dereliction's good. It's like a lot of good things. Chain Crit is okay. Everything's great at 1 point. Just put 1 point in. You're good. This is going to be hell. It's okay. It's actually got a lot of water. I maybe don't even need Master's Touch. That's kind of cool if true. Mail of Hellfire is actually okay. Add in crit element. If I had a level 4 slot, I would. I absolutely would. Put 1 point on everything that kills you slowly. Honestly, the Starge Helm is actually probably better here than trying to run Crit Eye. I could max out Crit Eye here, right? The Barioth arms are probably better than these from like a buildability standpoint. Because it gets us up to 100%. Honestly, there's also a relatively good argument for actually just running Squire and Barioth arms. With the amount of Shoryugekis that we get. I just think it's so neat how everything balances out in this game. Like, it makes me happy. Like, I get actual joy. 1, 2, 3, 4. So I can get max out Crit Eye, and then what I could put? Maximum Item? I guess? Something like that. Lance is so powerful. I can't believe they did it. They just, like, did it. They're like, fine. We're just gonna make it really strong. I could put 1 point of like Master's Touch in. I did not see it, Nefudis. If you don't mind, ping me in it again, wherever you posted it. How viable is Evasion Lance? How many points of evade window are you okay with running? Have I ever made a mighty, what the hell is that? Maximum might? I do have one. Where is it? There it is. Naked Aurora Camp? That's terrifying. That's straight up terrifying. I mean, if you put in the evasion skill, it helps a lot. But if you don't have any points in evasion, like, I mean, I don't know. I just don't see it. Somebody was trying to explain it before how it's different in this game compared to other games. It's something like you have an evade window that when you connect with an attack, then expands the iframes. But your normal base evade window is like 1/10 of a second. It's like actually worse than the evasion that you get in like Freedom Unite. Can I flash my Ice Charge Blade, Bill? I don't know that I have one. That's high rank. That's not going to help you at all. For dereliction, that's probably okay, assuming that you actually want to block something. How do I feel about Blade Scale Hone on Spread Bow? Well, considering I got like a bubbly dance charm with Constitution 3, I mean, it's probably okay. I'm doing a lot of dodge bolts. I'm going to fight Teostra knowing full well that it's basically pointless. The Constitution. I believe the Constitution was meant to be a living document. Like, okay. Hear me out for 1 second. I'm spitballing this live. But imagine if, what was it, like the Mayan or the Aztec Empire that had part as their organized government of like human sacrifice and eating hearts continued in perpetuity for like 1,000 to 2,000 years. And in 2022, countries are like, yo, could you maybe chill a bit? And they're like, sorry, Constitution says we gotta sacrifice someone and eat their heart every month. Can't change it. Founders said the Constitution says we can't change it. First of all, sign me up, cut my heart out of my chest and eat it. Second of all, like, times change, man. You just need 70% of elected representatives to agree. Yo, they're all in it together. Well said, except the self-sacrifice bit. Please rip my still beating heart out of my chest and eat it in front of me. Instead of donating my organs to science, can I donate to someone who's hungry? Yes. What am I using for my arms? Barra? Both go out heartless? Sounds okay. Can they... I don't know why this thought's occurring to me. Can you have your heart removed, be given a artificial heart so you do not immediately die, and then eat your own heart? Is that illegal? I don't know why. Why am I thinking? I mean, I know it's messed up. Is it? Oh, it's definitely. It's de facto cannibalism. Is my heart healthy though? Doctor's always saying I've got like high triglycerides. What do you want me to do? I eat carbohydrates. Of course my triglycerides are going to be high. If I stopped eating them, I wouldn't. But then you're like, oh, there you go, your cholesterol now. I thought they made it so like cannibalism itself is not illegal. It's just like frowned upon? They're still telling me to walk more? No, actually, she was actually kind of cool about it this past time. I'm just gonna do this and see if it works. It did. I'm actually a genius. I tell them about my job. Not only tell them about their job, but like they've got like a family member that was also interested in streaming, and they ask me questions about it sometimes. Every time they're shocked, they're like, "You're still able to do that?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm still doing it." I mean, it's been like almost the longest career I've ever had. Professional internet clown. I'm trying to think the longest I've ever been at any one job. I don't think it's ever been longer than 5 years. Close to 5 years at one place. I don't think I ever quite made it to 5-year mark. That's weird when I think about it, actually. You're 27 with a degree? I am. Oh, I've had chicken hearts before. I think they're delicious. I used to go to Brazilian barbecue themed places in China, People's Republic of China. And one of the things they would serve would just be like all-you-can-eat chicken hearts, and I thought they were great. Had like a little bit of like a vinegary sauce to it, something like that. Anyone know what I'm talking about, or know what that actually is? It was great. I still think of it sometimes. Batter and deep fry them like nuggies. I don't know that I like them like that. I kind of like them like a little bit tender with that sauce, you know? Chicken hearts is a big thing in Nova Scotian family. It's weird that like organ meat and stuff like that is like so unheard of in the United States outside of, I guess, hot dogs? They put organ meat in hot dogs? I don't know what they really put in there. The general knowledge is lips and buttholes, but I don't know how accurate that is. Cartilage, veins, nerves, and leftovers? I mean, it's technically protein. Out of all the moves for Sword and Shield, Drill Slash is probably the only combo that I do not like. Because it feels like it serves a purpose that Sword and Shield doesn't need. Can't type today? Is everything okay? Rain warning? Like, lateral slash combo feels okay. Weird combo. Sword and Shield feels okay. Shield Bash feels okay for what it does. Ever had Rocky Mountain Oysters? I haven't. Not really out in that part of the country that often. I did some testing, and I feel like just lateral slashing into the Reaping Slash feels fine. It does not feel like that much more damage. My opinion. Could be wrong. How much would have to be paid for Cannibal to eat part of you alive? Depends how much money, and depends what part. I mean, obviously there's a number. $1 billion for Pinky Toe? I'd take that deal. That's like, that's the guaranteed deal that you can do right now. A singular ball, you get to keep the other one. How much for a penis? Does the guy need a meal or like an appetizer? Is he the sort of guy that is willing to go to like the gourmet restaurants and get like tapas? Ever gem for earplugs and Rise like in World Iceborne? I never gem for either of them in either game. I mean, it depends on the monster. Like, I never do it, but I could justify it on, like, Kushala, depending on the weapon. For $1 billion, I'd be open to most parts of my body being consumed. Because that's, like, that's not enough just to change my life. That's enough to change the life of, like, many people. And I could maybe, like, do some good with that. And people be like, yeah, I mean, he gave up a testicle to, you know, localize Monster Hunter, or localize Monster Hunter Portable 3rd and get Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate HD. Give a leg for $1 billion? I don't know if I'd give up a leg for $1 billion. I don't know where prosthetics are. You know what I mean? You'd sell a single ball for $1 million? I feel like that's not enough. $10 million. $10 million at least should be your minimum bet. Smooth in Crown Hunting territory has their Sunbreak count? I haven't even looked at it. Wasn't there a Japanese guy who cut his nuts off and made a gourmet meal out of them? Oh my god. Did he have to do that in international waters? I mean, for $1 billion, you could easily afford like a exoskeleton legs setup. Certainly in the next 5 or 10 years, you could have robotic legs. Like below the knee? No problem. Sacrificing a body part for Monster Hunter localization confirms my brand loyalty to some incredible degree. I want it for everyone. That's always my thing. Like, yes, I'm a greedy little goblin. Like, I want it for myself, but I want it for everyone. An eyeball? Dude, that's screwed up, man. It's not even that your vision would be worse. It's that you'd constantly see like a little bit of your nose. You'd always have a little bit of your nose in your field of vision. Oh, wow. I already got all the crowns for Furious Rajang. What the hell? That's crazy. 1 gold crown on Malzeno. 1 gold crown on Pyre. Oh, that's weird. They give you a new section for Afflicted Slays. I didn't notice that. Both gold crowns on Espinos? Almost there on Astalos. Yo, this is crazy. Both crowns on Lunagaron? What? They definitely boosted it. How do I not have crowns on Shogun? I've killed so many of them. Both crowns on Garngolm. Almost there on Scorned. I already finished with Daimyo. They boosted it. There's no way. There's no way that's normal. At least there's no way that's the same rate that it was in base Rise. Yeah, no, I mean, it's almost dumb to have done it before Sunbreak came out. I mean, it was dumb to do it before Sunbreak came out, but those rates have to be higher. What's my most hunted monster in this game? Probably Almudron. Don't ask me to explain the fight because I don't even know it myself. On PC, it's Almudron. On Switch, it would be Gossarog. This is either a spam call or possibly my groceries. I'm going to check it. Nope. Spam call. Just straight up hung on him. No, I don't know what it was. Almost sounded like a robot. Do they got spam calls now where they say, hey, somebody who's definitely not you, and you say no, and then the robot says, oh, well, maybe you can help me. I just hung up on them. I didn't even let them finish their sentence. No, he was asking for somebody named Gerard. I am not Gerard. Gerard's a decent name. I mean, if I were born a Gerard, like, that wouldn't bother me. Why? It feels like nothing is weak to water. Tobigarachi, I guess. Is it weird to me that, like, somebody was saying Tobigarachi has the highest health pool in the game? But, like, he's weak to poison, but I feel like poison wouldn't be enough to be worth it. No? Is it Rathian? You can definitely call it Gerard, Jerry. They leaked the health out before release? How do they even do that? Was it like on Twitter? They're like, by the way, Afflicted Tobigarachi has 80,000 health or whatever it is. They did? They revealed that Afflicted was before release? That's weird. Or was it like one of the people that was playing the game did it? I bet you it was a leaker. Some of the early access? Woo! Nuke. I wonder if they're gonna, like, cut out early access from this point on. That's messed up. Albino, I literally had it for like, it was less than 48 hours prior to release. No, 48 hours is all it would take? If I was given the game straight and I was like required to complete it, I could do that. I'm not facing the right way. I mean, people allegedly had access to the full game for, was it like a month? Team Darkside had it for like a month or something? It's a lot of time. It's a long time. I mean, that's the sort of time you would give like an actual like review outlet. I mean, I'm not even at MR200. I'm at 184. It's already been almost a month. You know, like, how much do you have to be playing the game? That's insane when you think about it. Is there something special at MR200? I don't know. Probably not. His first title update, it's in August. Do I have early access to the title update? I do. That's why I've been streaming as much. I've been playing the title update. So again, you've played since DLC launch. It's a good game. Live streams do hit different non-Leo Dog, for sure. I don't know why he keeps whiffing. Oh, is he doing the thing again? I'm not even gonna attempt to break his legs. Woo! I'm on Team Perfect Rush. I still think it's good damage. I know there's people out there that say, like... What is it? This combo is better? It's very confusing. High ninja sword build yet? What? Why? What? What's good about high ninja sword? Does it only have like 300 of them? And like no element? It was really sad. Perfect Rush needs a damage buff? It does not need a damage buff. It already got a damage buff. So replace with all my builds. I've been posting newer builds on YouTube. I've not updated the Discord in a long time. I think you could like handicraft High Ninja up to white, but like why would you? You definitely don't want Perfect Rush to be in a place where it's like the only move you use. That's not good. It doesn't even get white? And just use Garden Gold, right? Any of the antique Machina weapons good? I think the dual blades look kind of neat for something that maybe doesn't take like any like very good element. All the camera stuff is actually like it fits like a really nice, interesting niche for people that, again, don't want to run like element. I still think for most weapons, like you're better off running element. That guy alone. Oh. Is Hammer one of the weapons to run element with? Oh. Hammer is towards the bottom of weapons that benefit from element. It might be the bottom? Think I'm gonna do a stream for Comic-Con panel? I don't think so, but they might release something after the panel. Is Courage only good if you're running element? Nah, it's good even if you're not running element. Is it worth running elemental lands for the time and effort to make them? In some matchups, the element seems pretty nice, but if you've got the Gasmgorm lance, that seems to be a pretty safe bet. Lance as well feels like it doesn't benefit from element as much. How about Elemental Greatsword? I mean, the thing is with Greatsword is like, unless you're running like Strong Arm, True Charge / build, which, I mean, you might be. you're probably going to be running the Kimura Greatsword, but if you want more damage, Elemental Greatswords will deal more damage. If you've got the spare slots. It depends how good your Talisman is. If you're doing Surge Slash, obviously, Element, you know, is a little bit better because you're hitting a lot more often. Then again, farming Gasm Gorm is really annoying. It's like immensely annoying. Chimera Lance is your favorite? Such a good weapon? It is a good weapon. So Juice, thank you. Gives you plenty of slots. I don't really know what you'd use the level 4. I guess you might put like... Put Speed Sharpen in there, I guess. Shield up 2. I feel like you only really need Shield up 1. Valstrax is actually a surprisingly good alternative to Gasm Gorm as well. That level 2 slot is really nice, and then you don't have to worry about the minus affinity. And if anything actually takes Dragon, it's actually like really good. It actually looks good. It's probably one of the better looking Valstrax weapons. Yeah, no, I could see why. I mean, 340 raw. You know, I mean, basically infinite white sharpness. And that level 2 slot goes a long way. It's unnerving. Zebra gets to red sometimes. I mean, I could see him getting to red sometimes. He's just going for that grinder value. Maybe I'll make it. I was trying to get this. I was like grinding for it, but like maybe it's like not even worth it. The nice thing is if you grind for the Valstrax Lance, like it's good as a raw lance. It's also like obviously probably best in slot against Dragon Week things too. You know, when you think about the value between purple on camera and white here, just on the weapon alone, you're only looking at 21 more raw-ish? Maybe 25 raw if camera is in purple, so it'd be at like 352 versus 340, but then you have to start putting things in like Master's Touch and stuff. Because you don't have to run Master's Touch, you could just run more things. Like you could run... I mean, obviously you're going to have attack 7 and full crit, but you could put in stuff like Agitator, probably. Maybe even put in a point of latent power if you just wanted to get an extra 10% in that way. Use the Storage Helm, of course. Maybe we'll try and make that. I'm not going to fight Valstrax solo. Sorry, not going to happen. Taking these guys along. Just not an enjoyable fight. What does the final Garngolm Lance look like? It's actually, I bet you it's surprisingly okay. You know what? I think it should have enough native blue as Valstrax. Mind you, blue to white is actually a pretty significant amount of additional damage. But the slots are, of course, really nice. Bonsai Benolo. Salami Banani. What? If it was 390? Is Goss Lance as good as Goss Hammer? I mean, I just feel like the Goss weapons just fall just like a little bit short. Are we talking Garm or Goss? You got less rewards for followers scorned? If you've got a cat, you get your carves and stuff. I think that's fine. Hammer looks like a pastry tart. It's got some flaky phyllo dough going on. Is that what you see? I can kind of see it. The follower monsters have more HP. They do. I don't know if it's scaled up all the way, but they definitely do. Did I forget to eat? I think I ate. White to purple, it's 1.32 to 1.39. It's a 7% increase. Even if that were the number, it wouldn't be 7, it would be 9. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to have this conversation. Yeah, it's 6.9. I agree. Nice. If it's 1.32, that's 5.3% more damage? It sure is. That is definitely how that math works. How hot is it? Actually, it feels kind of okay right now. I am very upset right now. I'm waiting for it. No, I missed. I screwed it up. So bad at this video game. I appreciate everybody who watches this doddering old man continue to try and play video games. You only can see how bad us chatters play. Usually when I play with chat, they usually do pretty well. I rarely have any complaints. I usually cart more than they do, because like I'm used to playing so aggressively. Truth be told. And meanwhile, they're playing defensively, doing consistent damage, like not dying. How's the charging hammer spin? Surprisingly viable. I screwed that up. Screwed that up big time. Ugh, have I already done a lance day? We're actually kind of working on a lance right now, believe it or not. Oh wait, you said charging hammer spin. I'm sorry, I thought you meant just spinning bludgeon in general. No. I'm a lot of sleep. Stop! No! You ruined everything. Afflicted Valstrax? December, man. Probably gonna happen. Am I gaming in my patio? It's my solarium. Oh! Why is streaming Val so bad? I mean, he's not that bad. It's just a hard fight. I mean, as he should be. Did I call myself a doddering old man? I did. No! I got the first hit with Water Strike, but I did not get the second. Actually, I haven't had to heal too much. Any reason you're doing this over the normal quest? I just enjoy playing with the followers. I just think they're fun. That's all. Just on him specifically. He's a fight that annoys me. How many sleeps is that? I think it's amazing that they identified that everybody hated rampages and then came up with something that, generally speaking, everybody pretty much, like, really enjoys. I think that's really impressive. Apparently followers do literally no damage. Like, literally no damage. What? They do less damage than dogs. Okay. Well, that's why if you take one that buffs you, then you do more damage. Does that make Jay arguably the worst follower then? Because like he almost never healed you, and then like he's got all the damage skills, but they don't do anything. Monsters have significantly more HP. Well, I could definitely notice they have more HP. People only play Monster in multiplayer, hate follower quests, but like rampages. Those people don't exist. That's like that's a myth. There's no way. I like them all. I didn't mind doing rampages with friends, but like I didn't enjoy them. Like I would rather be doing anything else. I mean, all I'm going to say is, like, if you've got Atsushi and he's giving you attack and elemental attack that's increasing your attack and everything else by, like, 10%, like, that's like, a lot of damage. You know, if he pops off on his Infernal Melody from time to time, you get 30% more raw. And then, even if you don't use Itsushi, I mean, if you use Hinoa, I mean, she gives you health regen. I think she gives you Divine Protection and attack and defense up. I don't know if it's Divine Protection, but she definitely gives you attack and defense and health regen. That's a Capcom thing today? I mean, I don't think they're live streaming it. It might be the reason why they give Lucina the sticky ammo, so like she KOs the monster. Oh, I'm using Minoto? I did not mean to take Minoto. She will actually get you killed. I prefer Hinoa. Sorry, Minoto's got to stay home. She gives you Sonic Barrier that'll kill you. Coward. I don't deny it. Take them both? It is unnecessary to take them both. I should probably check this. Sonic Barrier lets you take a hit without getting flinched. DSC, hello. Good afternoon to you. Rock steady without any of the damage mitigation. I mean, I guess it might have some damage reduction, but like not enough. So it was 10 minutes with those guys. It has a lot, but like you still have to accept the fact that you get double hit. My only issue with Maldo Hunting Horn is like Element is so good on Hunting Horn now. It's even better than I thought it was, which is to say I already thought it was pretty good. Farming back breaks? No, I'm just trying to get the mantle. If I can, I'm gonna make the lance, I think. I think we'll make it. No. Oh, they already put him to sleep. What did you guys do? Actually, we'll do this. God damn it. I'll try it one more time. One more time. No. He's gonna charge up now. I'm not okay. What? No, why would you wake him up? I had long since stopped attacking. always punished for doing that. Damn, hello. You really gotta delay the evasion there, huh? Comes out much later than you think it will. I think I know where I'm going. I'm gonna do it. Why not? We've got hammer. How's Maldy today? Sweating up a storm, can you not tell? How'd I feel about chat starting to call you Michael? Feel a little weird. Better than Sheppy, I think. Maybe less weird than that. Considered I had a real name. I've been called worse things, I guess. Might be it is. Hold up. Okay. That'd be a lesson to you. Don't get too comfortable, okay? Some members of chat may not like it, but I'll tell you, my mental state has never been so good as when I've been doing List 2.0. That's just wonderful. That's awesome for me. It makes me happy. You know, normalizing it? Now it's like normalized. People just accept it. It's perfect. What does the list do exactly? It makes chat better. List 1.0 was funnier, but honestly, it made people even more unhinged. Like, it was actually causing, like, I think I was actually, like, mentally damaging people. Wow, it's just a death, huh? Do I miss the psychological torture of List 1.0? I mean, List 1.0 is still there. Like, when a title update comes out, like, I'm going to throw it on. You know what I mean? Like, it hasn't gone away entirely. It's just right now we're in a List 1.0. 2.0 is better. If I'm slightly annoyed, it's a day. If it's something you should know better, it's a week. And it just works out great. Woo! We got it. You making the list sound like an antivirus? Not. I don't see the difference. If you are on the list, you are. Oh, I thought he was going to do the spin. Oh, no. Did he get him? Long-term exposure to list caused issues? If you don't protect yourself, it could be bad for you. Definitely. Is there any reason not to take Water Strike from Hammer? If you really, really like doing golf swings for some reason, I think you could get golf swings out and Big Bang's out ever so slightly faster with the side tap. I mean, Hammer, Big Bang is still good on Hammer. I screwed up this ride really badly. Like, I'll use it. Like, it's really not bad. You have to get the level 4 hit out. It's probably more damage than an Impact Crater on a down now. I mean, I still think the Spinning Bludgeon might actually be the goated attack. I swear I almost had it. What is going on with that toad on his tongue? I don't want to die here. He's so close to getting KO'd. Obviously, his resistance is going to be like really, really high at this point. I only have the option to remove yourself from the list. Some people have asked for the ability to time out or list other people, but I don't know that I want chat actually going to war with each other. I don't want to know any people's actual vendettas. Here's the thing: if you're in chat, you don't like somebody's comments, it's very easy just to right-click, block them, and you never have to see them chat again. You add them to your own list. Someone who timed me out honestly deserved. No, monsters do not accumulate KO while they're in the KO'd state. Ever been excessive Profanity's channel to witness public chat member executions? How does he do it? I'm not gonna lie, you've got my interest. What does he do? I always try to say when somebody's timed out, it's not like they've been murdered. But you guys are making it sound like he holds a trial? Sounds pretty enjoyable. Sounds like the way to do it. He shows a graveyard of people's last messages? I love it. I feel like if you're gonna hold a trial, you gotta abide by what the chat does. Apparently, like, trading subs for, like, unbans is, like, against TOS. How do you even get canceled as a VTuber? Did he commit a crime? I don't understand canceling. Everybody talks like canceling is a thing. Oh, somebody on the internet doesn't like me. I'm sorry, it doesn't matter who you are. There'll always be somebody on the internet who does not like you. Is Hammer solid? It's very fun to play, but I have to say it, I wish it did a little bit more damage. Hardcore libertarian and sent death threats to his mods. And threatened to swat several people. Okay, yeah. Unhinged and probably not worth being supported. But I don't know. I don't know. I'm sure there's a group of people out there that would watch them anyways. I don't really like it. I don't really like this. I don't really like this weapon. I don't really want to use it. Anti-mod streamer sound. We've got a, that's not anti-mod here, obviously. But we don't have, like, a heavily moderated community. I mean, it's pretty much just me. Just don't piss me off and you're probably going to be okay. Sword and Shield is good? Sword and Shield's great. No, this is not a PP set. I will not be a PP boy. No, it is a PP set! No! It is a PP set. I hate it. I genuinely hate it. I don't want to be a PP boy anymore. The one thing you shouldn't, I don't know if there's any content creators in the channel. I don't know if there's anybody here that plans on being a content creator in this channel. You really don't need many mods. You have more than 5, you better be really large. You gotta be a really large stream. How many do I have? My bad for trolling me the other day? Sorry I made you ban me? What was your last message? I don't see it. You're lucky. Where are my mods? How many do I have? Where is it? Roles manager. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 mods. I have 5 mods. And it's not like a heavily... Oh, I was in another Monster Hunter streamer's channel, and she started to mod everybody that came in on the raid, and they just start, like, one person just started banning everyone that wasn't moderated. It's like, what are you doing? What are you doing? I mean, Moon's talked about it before. He's got a very interesting take on it. His whole thing is like, if somebody doesn't fit the channel, like, they're probably not going to connect to the channel anyways. So, like, you don't need to drop, like, heavy moderation down all the time. I'll check it out later, Fog. That sounds interesting. I mean, I agree with him. I think for the most part it's true. That's the way social groups and stuff like that works. Should I put recovery 3 or defense 5? Defense 5 is actually kind of amazing. Steadfast obviously would be good, but I feel like I don't get stunned as much in Master Rank. Imatsu. Thank you. I'm reading that in like Japanese right now, even though I don't know that that was your intention. Su is a Japanese word. No, is I Japanese? Well, Aini? It's Chinese. I think I'm down with this. That looks okay. What bug do I have? I'll actually get a KO or 2 out of this. The Pineapple, did you study a little Chinese, or you just happen to have that like in Google Translate? My Chinese education from like a million years ago is actually kind of beneficial when I'm studying Japanese. It just makes it a little bit easier to intuit some of the characters and stuff like that. I'm actually surprised that it's actually helpful. Can I tell you what that means? She... What? That sounds like, katakana for swear words. I just started to pronounce it, and that's what I got out of it. Am I right? Show Howard. I mean, there's 2 different, well, technically 3 different forms of writing in Japanese. You've got your hiragana, which are used as like kind of like base script for speaking Japanese words. There's your katakana, which is used for like foreign loan words, which I don't really know why that's necessary other than to make it clear to people that like you're going to be speaking some foreign ass words. And then you've got your kanji, which usually have like a hiragana equivalent for speaking them, but are written differently. It's to like save space on paper, I guess. There's also like, I guess, some artistic value to it. To me, like, my thing is like, as long as you don't have any like preconceived notions for what the language should sound like or be like, just accept it like one point at a time. It's actually not that bad to learn. I wanted Tetraseal Slash, but I guess this set already had Tornado Slash, so I guess this just goes for it. Would you learn Italian? If I decided I was going to live in Italy, I would. You like what you saw? A beautiful person. And a good friend, Small Mage. Never forget it. No! I mean, Italian would be way easier to learn than Japanese. Japanese is kind of like... I don't think it's harder that I decided to move. Oh, I want to leave this country so badly. There's no question. It's not a matter of if, it's just a matter of when. This country sucks balls. Whose balls is it sucking? I'm sorry, I should say this country has its balls sucked. And the people sucking the balls on a daily basis are everybody that has to live here to put up with it. Is that better? Does that fit better? I'm surprised I got that. That was amazing. I feel like they add that tinnitus sound to, like, literally everything in media now, and I kind of hate it. A lot. I have not seen the new Dune movie. I am an HBO Max subscriber, but I just haven't watched it. Watched The Black Phone yesterday, though, and you know what? It was a good movie, and I recommend it. No spoilers. Guess the author is Joe Hill, the son of Stephen King. My Switch skills are really good. Did I poop myself while watching? No. I mean, it's not that scary of a movie. It definitely has, like, it's meant to be, like, you know, a little bit of a scary movie, but I mean, I wouldn't... Tetrakai, where do you think you got your tinnitus? Is that like a concert or something like that? So it'd be scary to poop yourself, right? I mean, you could laugh so hard. Wings? Tail? A crying shark. I can't say I've ever had one of those before. Never listened to instructions said wear hearing protection? Oh, yeah. That sucks. I'm very sorry to hear that. Yeah, but I don't know. I mean, between the two, I would say it feels to me like Chinese is a little bit of a harder language to learn than Japanese. Because at the very least, there's like a built-in pronunciation guide for all of, like, the random-ass kanji in Japanese. Whereas in Chinese, I don't think they don't normally just give you, like, the pinyin on top. And even if they did, it'd be very confusing if they did. I don't know what anyone else thinks. Now, the funny thing is, like, I know, like, a number of Chinese people, like, you know, parents were obviously fluent in Chinese, and so they learned how to speak Chinese from their parents, but are illiterate. Because it's just, like, so hard to learn the reading and writing. That's awful, Petrikai. I'm very sorry to hear that. I don't know what a Hanza is. What's a Hanza? Is that kanji? But usually on top of the Hanza, they put, what was it, the furigana or whatever on top? The way to pronounce it? Oops. Your worst memories of your mom sitting you down, having you stare at Chinese word key cards and memorizing them? I mean, obviously she did it because, like, she cared for you and wanted you to learn the language. And was she mean about it? I'm sorry if she was. I don't mean to make light of it. But that would really suck if she was mean about it. Furigana is the exception rather than the norm. I mean, I guess you just gotta sack up and memorize them. I mean, there's like, what, 2,000 to be considered essentially fluent? It's only 6 a day for a year. The Asian experience. Being tortured by your parents to learn something. And resisting it. I get it. I mean, I don't really get it. I mean, my family learning attitude was, oh, they'll either figure it out and survive, or they won't, and they'll die. I think there's a total of, like, 30,000 in existence kanji, but, like, I can't imagine there's anyone that's actually learned. English sucks too. English makes no sense. I mean, English is very bad about following any of the rules that it sets, but at the same time, if you just throw random English words out, for the most part, people will figure out what you mean. Remembering the kanji by Isaac, it was good. 2,000 in 5 months. Wow, that's really impressive. Are you... Was it N5 the highest, or is it N1 the highest? Tests are a meme. I mean, they gotta stand for something. Well, the American school system has gotten steadily worse since 2001? 2000? When did they pass No Child Left Behind? The worst, well-intentioned piece of legislation that has ever existed. I feel very bad for anybody that had to get their primary education after that stuff got put in place. I don't think necessarily the Chromebooks are a bad thing. My thing is like, there needs to be... It's the perfect system. You need 3 classes. You need the really smart kid class, you need the normal kid class, and then you need the dumb kid class. I feel very strongly about this. Because I've done teaching before. Like I've done professional teaching and I've done volunteer teaching. How's the Chaos DLC? I mean, I don't regret playing it. I don't even necessarily regret buying it. But it's not good. Does that make any sense? I mean, it is inclusive. It's inclusive of the kids that don't want to be distracted by the normal kids that don't want to be distracted by the really dumb kids. Smart kids get to be elitist in their own little special fancy pants class, but you gotta take the dumb kids out of the class. I'm sorry, it's the same thing with Twitch chat sometimes. Social segregation? Surely there's a better way of fixing the issues that could come from social segregation than there is of finding a way to get a dumb kid to not disrupt an entire class. I'm just talking about the whole community. Doesn't help the dumb kids, doesn't help the normal kids, and if you got a smart kid that's stuck in there, I mean, they're really gonna suffer. Don't ask them to read or write. I see what you did there. I see what you did there, and I like it, Lulix. I'll tell you. There was no... this may be terrible for me to say. I don't care. I'm going to say it anyways. I had no greater satisfaction in my life than one kid I used to get kind of in fights with that tried to bully me. One day in high school, I saw him going into, like, the really bad kid class. You know? The Pace Eaters class? He was doing so poorly, that's where they stuck him. And I was like, ha! Now you're in there with the Paste Eaters! He probably had a bad home life? I'm sure he did. But you know what? Lots of people have bad home lives. Doesn't make it an excuse. Does not make it an excuse. You still make your own choices. We all come into this world alone and we all die alone, okay? I don't have any sympathy. I spent a while taking care of the kids that were, let's call them professional gear, professional level glue paste eaters. You know? I did that for several years. I did the best I could to help them, and I helped some of them. But, you know, you still make your own choices. Unless you're a twin. You're still on your own. If you're a conjoined twin who shares, like, hemispheres of your brain, yes. And because even if you're in a bad household, it's not like you're not constantly exposed to in either school or on TV the concept of right and wrong. Like you still have like a general knowledge of like what the right thing is to do versus not to do. You still make that own choice. Does the Kamara Kahoot nest refresh separately from the Elgato nest? It does. Not that you should go crazy over checking it, but if you think to do it, you probably should every once in a while. I use these great wet fish on speedruns, so it's nice to have like a little bit of a stock of them there. Man, I really want to get this. This is ass. Is this what I use now? Maybe I'll use this. Taking your driving test next month? Just learn how to back it up and you'll be fine. I don't want to be a pee-pee boy. Says speed sharpen 3, right? Yeah. Let's play with PP on stream, guys. Great whitfish are like automatic speed sharpen 3. They might stack with the other sharpening skills, but I don't know why you would run anything with them if you're planning on using them. I might actually try... what is it? Maximum Bombardier, because it supposedly reduces your sharpness. You've parallel parked 2 times in your life? One day I went to the city, and I hadn't practiced parallel parking in like over 10 years. And I literally threw up a YouTube video on my phone on how to parallel park, and I followed the instructions to get into place. I noticed the paintball mod you made. I saw it. I appreciate it, but like most things in this game, it's like... once you get used to like the cheating level quality of life in the game, it's difficult to justify nerfing yourself. I wish Capcom would just, like, I don't know. I think the system that they had in Monster Hunter World was best. I mean, even in Monster Hunter World, like, eventually you'd find out where the monster was, and then you'd have to get tracks to know for sure if they were in capture. Never took driver's ed? You didn't have to take something just to, like, get your safety permit or whatever? Like, I never took driver's ed, but I had to go to, like, a class. Oh, it would be completely unreasonable to remake world systems. Absolutely. Let's should double down on survival aspects. I think they're just trying to, for themselves, figure out what the best mix is. I mean, it's obvious they're trying to modernize the titles, and like I appreciate that for what it is. That, you know, they want to have an inclusive game. So other games are a modern fad. People do like them. What am I farming for? I kind of want to make the Valstrack Lance. Thinking about it. Is he gonna get off in time? Oh no! This will sharpen? Oh, hold on. I'd have to change this setting around. Pinball is actually very difficult to pull off. Yeah, it's hard to get off. Whoa! Was I that low on life? Excuse me? What? I was just like a normal hit. What happened? It was just like a little hit. It wasn't even a big hit. I don't know. Whatever. I mean, it is what... I mean, can't change it now. I can't undie that death. Evil Dies Tonight. Did you watch that trash movie? I've never been so disappointed in a sequel to a horror movie in my life. Oh my god. I generally like the Halloween movies, and when they did that first remake, I was like, wow, maybe they're gonna do something okay here. So bad. Sequels to horror movies always ass? In general, yeah. But not always. You know, watching Evil Dies Tonight. It's so bad. How bad is it compared to Morbius? Actually worse. You know what it felt like? It felt like they were making two movies at the same time. And one movie actually had a production and a set designer and like a script. And then the other movie was like post-pandemic soundstage, because Jamie Lee Curtis is like a producer on the film and agreed to be in it, but didn't want to do anything more than one day's worth of work. Like, because they have all these sets, like, with, like, good lighting, some suspense, like, whatever you want to call it, and, like, Michael Myers doing stuff. And then they have all these scenes that just take place, like, in a hospital that's clearly just, like, one set they had access to. And it's just, like, Jamie Lee Curtis running around the hospital. Sometimes, have you seen Everything, Everywhere, All at Once? I'll probably see it soon. Haven't seen it yet, though. Kind of waiting for it to show up on something streaming, but what are you gonna do? Not in that movie, she doesn't. Not compared to the first one, where she actually is doing things. Horror movies are jump scares or gore fests. There's some okay indie horror films that aren't just that all the time. I'd say watch the Black One. Does this set have guard up 1? It probably does. I just feel like for Lance, Valstrax is just like that much better. Good. I did not watch Doctor Sleep. Does it have guard type? It does. Black Coat's Daughter, very good movie. Recommend that one. Haven't seen that one. It's kind of old at this point. There's early access to the free title update. I do. I've been playing it off stream. That's why I haven't been streaming as much. So I'm playing the title update. Uh-oh, we're almost dead. Is it time to put the VTuber set on? As soon as I unlocked backwards blast dash, I switched to it immediately. KO to Shigaro Magala with my ass, and then I never used it again. Hopefully Capcom won't drop me because of my problematic statements. If you were to take all of the official Capcom content creators, line them up, I would probably be in the top 10% least controversial of them. Sure, everyone else is far worse than I am. Ryozo said he likes other games existing in the hunting genre. Albino Donkey, it was only moments after I finished the Dauntless review that I got early access to Monster Hunter Rise, believe it or not. I don't blame you if you don't believe me. Hey, got the head. That's great. Oh! That's kind of a cool finish. Is it true that Metal Gear Peace Walker was a Monster Hunter clone? It was developed in the time when Monster Hunter was hitting possibly its peak popularity in Japan. And so it's got a little bit of that Monster Hunter flavor to it, and it's even got a couple Monster Hunter monsters in it. It was at a time in an interesting collaboration between Konami and Capcom. I mean, my advice to you is just play it. If you're really curious. The game holds up pretty well. If you're into like grinding and getting better gear and stuff, but you want to make like guns and rocket launchers rather than like swords. He maybe made it because his son liked Monster. I mean, it was just good business at the time. You conjure up a PS3? Is there not like a remaster collection on the PS4? You're back off the list? Hey, welcome back.
12 months. I'm back in my...
Entertain me, streamer? Okay. Thanks for the sub, by the way. I don't really know how you thought that would play out, but I will say I respect it. I don't agree with it, but god damn it, I respect it. some major balls. I respect it. I really do. Will they be back? They've been waiting out this past week. I think they'll be back again. I hate fighting this monster. Yeah, no, oh yeah, they got listed. They got 2.0'd. That's what we call it now. I hate this monster. It's always a very strange energy when people come in and be like, man, I was banned for so long. Happy to be back. And it's like... time to die. Proceed to intact. I mean, I don't know. I mean, maybe they're used to following like more beta streamers. I mean, it's a common thing, actually. Poison's not even any good, right? Not really on him. But I mean, they'll probably end up being more damage than Element. I don't know, maybe if I attack the arms. Sexy and I know it? I don't know. I ate a massive quantity of Taco Bell yesterday. I'm not feeling sexy. But it was an okay deal. The combo meal box actually does kind of work out. I tried making an Espiness dual blades build. What am I going to be, like the meme dual element streamer? I have not. Taco Bell mukbang. It was like 91 degrees Fahrenheit in my kitchen last night as I was eating dinner. I wasn't about to do anything on camera. For a mukbang stream? They pay for the food too? I should have gotten a chalupa. I got a crunch wrap and a beefy 5-layer and the potatoes. Somebody had recommended getting the mango whip. It's pretty good. I recommend the mango whip. It's worth running Mind's Eye of Valstrax. You're going to be attacking the arms. You're going to do element on the arms. It is a option. There's a Capcom panel? I don't think they're streaming it, my brother. I'm sorry. But he keeps asking. Maybe close enough? That should be close enough. Stone Sword and Shield might be a better choice here. Now for a raw Sword and Shield, the Froggy is actually pretty good. It's 350 raw with a pretty decent amount of white sharpness. Not gonna get this one. Foray? Poison doesn't last long enough on Valstrax for Foray to be viable. It would need to have like 200 poison on it before I would consider running Foray. Was there anything better for that? For raw? I mean, I'm using this sword and shield. So, I mean, kinda in a way say I recommend it. Depends on how much poison damage your thing takes. More poison the sooner it procs is it lasts longer. Sooner it procs, which means it'll be up more often. How goes the Valstrax grind? Bad. It goes poorly. Thank you for asking. I want to make the lance, and then like I don't even know how much I'm going to use it. Nah, Valstrax is a grind. Garngasm is a grind. I think poison's fine the way it is. Should have wire bugged. Yikes! Well, armor skills that interact with status in interesting ways. That'd be nice. I mean, I think Foray is a pretty good start. I mean, Foray and the Chameleos soul skill are both pretty good at doing what they're supposed to do. Yeah, so 350 raw, decent amount of white. Pretty good poison. I didn't even put the rampage slot in. That's odd. I should probably put anti-flying in there. Gator, hello. What's up? Did I forget a rampage deck out? I mean, I didn't even put anything. Nothing. DSC made the mod for that, for this. Air quality is worse in the shower? Not necessarily. Where are you getting your water from? trying to lead him into Texas. Texas, get him! The Monster No Rise news today? Not yet. Realize the hunters are left-handed? They're not left-handed. They just prioritize using the shield over their sword arm. If anything, they're probably ambidextrous. Oh, oops, I just walked into that. What is it, like 600 damage from a poison? I'm trying to count all the numbers. I guess I can't because he's dead. I saw that perfect rush has iframes in the backdash. I mean, you could... There's all sorts of attacks you can do out of that. It's just you could do perfect rush out of the back hop. You could also do this. It's not that powerful, but it's an option. My thoughts on the Bone Sword and Shield? I'll take a look at it. I mean, I'll tell you. What is it, like 370 raw? Really bad affinity or something. Finally. That's a lot of work. Definitely earned that one. The layered helmet is that? Ethereal Diadem? I think you gotta do all the follower quests for that. The Espina's Dual Blades. Just no. So, with this, you're kind of obligated to run Protective Polish. It does not have a level 2 slot, and it has no good Rampage slots. For 10 more raw. With Great Ragi, you can run Master's Touchy. That's enough white sharpness for Master's Touch. You only have 10 less raw, but you have 42 poison, which is some of the highest poison in the game. You've got a level 2 slot, a level 1 slot, and a level 2 Rampage slot. Bone 2. Well, better than Bone 1, but running Master's Touch is going to be really hard there. That's like a brutal amount of negative affinity. You'd still probably have to run Protective Polish. Thinking Tigrex Sword and Shield with Grinder is better than Ragi? How are you getting Grinder? It's a lot of opportunity cost. I mean, with Grinder up, obviously it's going to be like really good. I don't know, that's still a decent amount of sharpness that you got to go through. And it still doesn't even have a normal level 2 slot. If you're going to run Grinder, you may as well just run Ibushi. Way easier to run it there. I mean, I don't know. Probably easier to run it there. You're just, when you're running Grinder, you're going to be down 3 points, and that last bit of affinity is going to be hard to keep up. Like the Kimura Sword and Shield? Hard to go wrong with any of the Kimura weapons. Blood Orange Bishatin Sword and Shield. I mean, okay for a blast, but again, like, you're really lacking in raw there. Theoretically, you wouldn't need to run, like, as much sharpness things on it. And I don't think we've got Blast Plus yet. Teostra? I'd probably run Teostra over Orange 10. 20 raw is a lot better. I like the way the Teostra stuff looks. Because like, this, like, for Sword and Shield, that's like too much white. Like, it's not enough that you can get away without running any Master's Touch. But, like, I don't know, maybe you could get away with, like, only 2 points. Maybe even 1 point. We were going to make the Valstrax Lance. Gorlance? I think I already had the Gorlance made. Goodbye mantle? I mean, we got the mantle for a reason. we didn't just get the mantle just to have like a mantle. I know it gets a final upgrade over that, but I mean, it's good for what it is. If I need another mantle, I will. The mantle on the fridge. I like that. Looking pretty good. All things considered. I could actually probably run guard if I wanted to. I can max out offensive guard. Maybe put Dereliction or no balls. Depends on if I'm fighting like afflicted, I might run Dereliction. Otherwise, I'm just gonna be running. I'll be doing speed runs. I think throttle might be okay. I hate the ingot pants so much. They're not bad though. What did the pants ever do to you? I mean, if ingot pants had a level 2 slot, that would be amazing. Literally unkillable? I'm sure Valstrax could probably kill you. But Dragonheart? I guess it gives you all the resistances. Is there a downside to Guard Dash? It's not a shield attack? Oh, did I hold on. Ads? There are ways to get rid of ads. This one weird trick streamer does not want you to know. Shield tackle, actually, I saw people using it a lot on launch. I mean, I think it's still okay. I think this is the most damage. Just hits so damn hard. It's Elemental Lance a lot better than Final Boss Raw Lance. Depends on the monster. For the most part, Element does not appear to be a huge deal when it comes to Lance. What are the chances that you got it from the jewel? I mean, break rewards are usually pretty good for getting the parts. Congrats on getting it anyways. Wait, no, that's not the way I want to fight. Oh, mother. Normal Lance? I was just having brain warning the other day. Hurricane can do it, so can I. You unlocked MR999, excuse me? What? I think you made a mistake. MR100, I see. I was very confused. Cheat engine? I'm gonna be an anchor boy. I should actually probably use it if I have it. It seriously feels like I'm doing like Twister with my hands to play this weapon. Oh god. Twister's a game. Twister's not like an unknown game. Old people used to do in the day to get their sex party started. need guard up for that? But I had 2 levels of guard up, I have 0 levels. I just don't need guard up, man. I don't have any room for it. I guess I could drop a latent power. But I use latent power so much, it just fills in the last 10% affinity. Higher interest rate is bad. I mean, nothing is ever all one thing or another. Depends what your financial objectives are, why high interest rates could be good or a bad thing. It does make people borrow money less. So you might end up seeing a contraction in the market. By contraction, I mean like recession. If you're getting the interest, it's good? Yeah. I just get weirded about by sheathing retreat because it's like one of those long recovery animation things. Long wire bud. I probably could have insta-guarded after that. Still making a grinder video? I never got around to doing that, did I? I give you a solid maybe on that. You missed Shed Thrust? It's still there. Still use it. Not so low. Staying cool, hopefully. Feeling okay? Just barely got it. With how much I'm using the Anchorage, I probably should have just used Sky, whatever the leaping sky thing. Gonna get a new Thrustmaster? I'm gonna wait for my PS4 controller here to start getting drift, and then I'll switch. Or see what else might be out. Mid-80s is not bad. I would accept I would take mid-80s. That was okay damage. Probably not worth it. So input in the back thrust, it would be R2 backwards triangle followed by circle. Something like that. You gotta do it after an attack. It was a very fluid tail cut, wasn't it? Lance Drop is actually really powerful. You did it? I'm just getting warmed up. I'm gonna do another one. I mean, if it didn't kill, I was probably gonna get slapped. Still think Spiral Thrust does more damage at the cost of running Spiral Thrust. That's convenient. The tail is just like in the body right where I was. Am I using Evade Extender? Nope. Was Elemental Lance worth it in Sunbreak? The Valstrax Lance is really good, and it has Dragon on it. Skyward Trust next time. They're gonna give Soupy like a dramatic backstory. I hope they do. Do I like that? Can I make a set where I deliberately get my ass handed to me? That's a lot of attack. I don't know if it works on Rage. Maybe it does. It's different. It gives me an option.
Emma knows.
So, melding pool is now not significantly better than just melding monster parts. But it's less annoying to do. Like, the Talisman pool, I think, is actually the same. Or, if not the same, almost the same. No, I am not running a Talisman mod now. Nope. If and when, like, when the final title update comes out, and I'm like farming for crowns, I might. But while there's still so much of the game to go out, I don't want to be doing anything that somebody could be like, oh, you hacked in that charm in some way. The menu with locking being in place, like locking the talismans that you want to keep, it's not nearly as annoying as it used to be. And I think in general, all monsters are dropping like more and better parts to use. Attack boost 3, 111. It's all right. There are a lot of complaints I could give about this base Rise experience in terms of like the quality of life that Sunbreak had. Like they knew it was a problem. I don't know why they wanted to wait for the game to update to do that. Yeah, I should go in and then really clean up my old talismans too, just to make space. Like, I get it, you want the update to be, like, really interesting, but, like, there's been people playing on PC since, like, January. Like, you could have put locking in. It's a talisman limit? I mean, it's the same as your box limit. Does it say here? Forget how many pages you got. 45 pages, maybe? I don't know if it'd be a policy thing from Nintendo. I remember for a while, console developers were charging developers money to update titles. PC was so dead in February, you couldn't find anybody to play online? That's sad. Rapid Morph 2, Attack 2, 2 slot, 1 slot? That's okay. Definitely useful. It is 100 pages? That is a lot of pages. I'll try not to die. Thanks. I think the tail actually takes more damage. Was that 727 damage? A lot of damage. A lot of damage. Instant block usable on all attacks? I think you still need guard up. I mean, I wouldn't spam Skyward on everything, but just this fight in general, I think it's really good. I will never heal. Ah! You heal? I'm gonna heal again. That was a demonstratively false statement to chat, and I should be held accountable for my crimes. Triple chat to decide your fate? Honestly deserved. You know, Skyward Thrust is actually going to be really, really good here. That was also a lie. When will I stop lying? When I expire, I lie as easily as I breathe. Nope. Damn it. I should have gone earlier. Wow, it's just like you guys are playing with somebody online. Not every time. I literally got through last time. How dare you? I feel like the timing is a little bit different in Master Rank compared to High Rank. But that could just be code. The teabag is the only move that can kill you besides going into the Dragonator. Why is it so much damage? I mean, it's only that much damage on very specific matchups. It's not like that on everything. More reason why things are low, higher, master rank. They just always say, man, these guys are harder. I think they literally just say, like, yeah, these guys are real strong. And now we're not going to support you anymore. You can get your own potions. Although they baby you now, and they just give you potions. Honestly, this is to the point where you'd almost want to run, like, Wirebug Whisperer 3. I think. These guys have been huffing the bile energy. Doesn't skill switching re-engage wire bugs also? I don't think so. You're used to your Wirebug Whisperer 3 now? You're like an addict. Redirection will if you trigger it. It's not even that big of a boost. Card twice to Afflicted Kulu? There's people in this chat, not me, not saying there's anything wrong with it, who tripled to Afflicted Kulu the first time they fought him. Found creatine in the water source? I was taking creatine for a while and I found I was just getting thirsty. Didn't feel like it was really doing anything for me. Thirsty for blood? Goat blood. Elemental Sword and Shield is fun. I'm glad. As soon as I found out that spirit levels multiplied element, I was so excited for it in base rise, and then so sad when it wasn't. Still wasn't good enough. I'm telling you, when I took it, I didn't feel any difference really in my strength, or my stamina, or anything like that. I don't know. Just be my body just doesn't respond to it in the same way that other people's does. Like my Title 1 update video? Thank you for watching it. I try to put a lot of work into my videos. Oh, it's hard though. YouTube is not an easy mistress. Post more drama videos? Chat was all egging me on saying there was going to be like all these content creators out there like massively cheating in their game. And I checked and I mean, outside of the people who definitely cheated their charm, there was no like actual illegal charms. I meant to say longsword. I said spirit. I said spirit. What I was trying. All right, we made it through. This should be enough. Is she just dead? What is she doing? She's like lying there. The first one isn't that hard to get. The second one can be a little tricky. But with this setup, it actually shouldn't be too much of a problem. Tried out guard tackle. Shield tackle? I've used it. It's good. They're both good. Leaping thrust, though, I think is maybe one of the best moves that's ever been added to the game. At least the fact that it does damage now. Great sword guard tackle. We did a lot of testing with that yesterday. Have to wash your girlfriend's car? You're lucky to have a girlfriend. Look at what you pulled. You just dumped ice cold water on her while she was sleeping? You actual psychopath. Thought process. It's an enigma. We're going in. Ah! Oh, I think it's too high. Oh no. It's weird how sometimes her tail is just like falls off. Oh no. The teabag move? Yeah. Aerial Lance gameplay. It's just like my favorite game, Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate. I don't know if they nerfed Invincible Gambit. I haven't heard anything about it. Definitely in the air more than Insect Blade. No arguments there. It's only good for the aerial monsters. It's not, like, again, like, I wouldn't use it on something that's, like, on the ground a lot. The, I think the recovery is only medium. They could probably make it a long recovery if it's one wire bug for how powerful it is. Be balanced. I'm very close to being team long recovery on Bullet Barrage, but it makes some people very angry when I see that. They're like, let it have a thing. World Rise is your first game. Do you think it'd be good to go back and play World? Absolutely. World's an excellent game to go back and play. Yeah, I've got a mantle. I wasn't even necessarily going for a mantle. But I'm glad I got it. Yeah, World's really fun. World is a very fun game. A lot of great mods. It's actually insane, like, how many mods. World is 10 times better than Rise? I don't know about that, but it is a very good game. Does Mega Mall take any dragon damage? Nope. Longtime viewers wondering, would you ever do a high rank 99 challenge for all the games? I don't know that that's good content. Is that good content? Because you would end up just spamming the same quest over and over again of whatever had the highest MR. You know what I mean? I've done all monsters. I've done all credits in a month. That's good content. I think progression is more interesting to watch than just watching somebody with endgame gear just farm the same thing over and over again. No, I play... The ice mod was mostly made in reaction to a lot of the things that ended up getting fixed in the final patch. Not to say that ice doesn't definitely do some rebalancing as well. That's nice for the people that want it. But final patch Iceborne is really not that bad. All hubs won. It's a good challenge. Probably take a year. I'd probably take a year. Oh, we made this, huh? Oh, wow. There's no suffering in base Iceborne. It's really not that bad. Because tenderizing lasts for 3 minutes. You get the Shaver Deco right at the end of Master Rank. The only major issue is, like, it takes a long time for your Master Rank to go up. That's kind of ass. You can do one more Narwan, then we're gonna do an Ibushi, I think. All decorations, all games challenge? I mean, it's not hard to make the decorations in the older games. They weren't random, you just crafted them. It's like Rise. Good early mastering switch axe, or 2. I don't think you can make too many mistakes, friend. I wouldn't really sweat it too much. I'm sure or 2 is completely fine, having not even looked at it. Final boss do you like the most from a story perspective? Either Shigara Magara or Sinews. San Diego Comic-Con had Lucent gameplay? Oh god, people are probably tweaking out. I believe it. I mean, he's definitely, I am, thank you for noticing. Oh yeah. I got a little treat. Hold on. Can't write this up. Oh. I didn't see any updates on my phone. So if you're all the games like Monster, but more variety in weapons, since just one for that game. I mean, it's difficult to start doing multiple weapons, because usually if you're building a weapon, you've got multiple things in a tree. Ooh, that's a lot of salt. Just to ward off your father. Woo! 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 Oh! Yeah, I guess. Nope. Did they get the steak? Sounds like you're gnoming on you. I am. How did that one Twitch streamer get access to the footage of the hunt? Was somebody like live streaming the event? Was it like an individual person, or was it like actually Capcom? It's a shaky cell phone camera? Is it really that bad? I wonder if Capcom will release something later today for everyone that's like actual quality and not just whatever that was. Who was playing? Was Jono there? I don't think so. I know there was the lady that does the Lady Demescro model, voice acting, whatever. One big issue I had with Windows 11 when I had like a laptop that had it for like one day is that Game Pass didn't work on it. Salams? Salams to you? I mean, otherwise, Windows 11 felt exactly like Windows 10. It's got more telemetry, so it's like analyzing more of your data and stuff like that, which is like an issue for Most people, but I couldn't get games for Windows Live to work. Or sorry, Game Pass to work well on it. I mean, if they don't have like the Android app thing ready now, like what was even the point of releasing? Like, what does Windows 11 even offer? You can make a local account, Mox. That's my understanding. Better schedule for television. I mean, so like you see performance benefits with like your GPUs. I should probably heal. I'm probably about to die. Oh shoot! Whoop! Oh, I missed anyway. No! Couple gameplay teases of the fight. I want my hands on that footage. So, like, was it pre-recorded? Oh, it might be available later on then. They might release it. It's pretty likely they will. It was in a similar vein, as in we got like 5 seconds of footage. No! That's not too exciting. What's so special about Tower in the old games? Had Elder Dragons in it. You can go down some really weird fan lore thing that's like, it was an advanced civilization that created the tower out of Kushala Daora bodies to create an equal dragon weapon that went too far and it summoned a Fatalis who destroyed the world. I mean, there's one spot you can mine in the tower that sometimes gives you Kushala scales. I mean, it's not like you literally see stacked Kushala bodies. I mean, could they have used monster materials to build it? Yes! They use monster materials and everything! People make it sound like they Jenga'd all the bodies up. I mean, they would have needed a Kushala Daora breeding program. I really enjoyed Live a Live Solo Bootsy. I've played it on Human Centipede, but with vertical Kushalas. Ew! Gross! What the hell? Did I save that lance set I made? I hope I did. I saw the first movie, the first Human Centipede, and I'm like, yeah, that was worse than I thought it would be. I mean, I wasn't expecting for it to be like, oh, this is going to be... Why? It was on Netflix. It showed up in my recommended. I just turned it on. I turned it on and I watched it. Is that a crime to watch a movie? It'd have to be a crime to make it. I turned on. No. Doesn't really set itself up that much for a sequel, let alone, I think, 2 sequels, but whatever. Twin Vine Streamer. Oh. Twin Vine Streamer. This is the worst thing I've ever done. Live a Live is not that long of a game. It's not a significantly long for an RPG. Those things have... Oh my god. You know, each one of the stories will take you a couple hours to get through. Brother voices someone in the dub? Oh, that's so cool. Is he independent or does he work for an agency? How do you get the gig? You could pause whatever and switch stories? Neat feature, not sure how necessary it was. It's actually something I think Capcom's kind of bad about. I think they don't usually go for union voice actors. I really wish they did. Oh, but if Capcom's hiring him, maybe they change. Oh, I hit the back. Insta-block does not need any normal guard to do its best. Can I get over in time? It's a mystery to everyone. Maybe? It's not so hot where you live anymore? And what, you're just laughing at me? Because I'm hot and you're not? That's kind of a dick move, dude. What the hell? Why would you just laugh at someone for being hot and suffering? Ah, it's not hot for me anymore, but it is for you, streamer. I laugh at you daily. Can't prove that. Oh. Setting away in your factories? Well, if you were good enough at video games or entertaining enough, you could do it as a living as well. I don't have a monopoly on it. I saw an Asmon clip of him once, like, explaining it, why he gets to stream for a living. He's like, it's because I'm entertaining and you're not. That's like kind of a dick thing to say, but I don't know. I mean, I guess maybe he's right. On the other hand, it's like sometimes you just get lucky. Arrogant streamer cut down to size. Some people in chat can be funny. It's true. It's not the same though. Those people would be great on Twitter. Essentially. That rock hitting me was actually a good thing. Please get the head. I want to KO. I really like the way this lance looks. It's like you get a little bonus lance on top of your lance. Didn't insta-block rock? I didn't see it coming. It's all the Pyro Rachna. Feels bad. In honor of them, I will do another Pyre. I'll do a Pyre run against Maldo. Is Rakton the best gun lance right now? It's pretty good. Is it the best? It's pretty good. Lance build. Well, I mean, if you're running the Valstrax Lance, I mean, this is going to be pretty solid. I don't really know what else you could do. Oh, I need to use a bathroom. This will give the guy a chance to copy down the set. Ugh. Guys, I gotta get some water too.
Not.
All right. Ugh. If you're a non-sub, you can redeem nut. That's it.
Not. Not.
No guard skills? Offensive guard is a guard skill. Don't marry women, be in my mouth instead.
Not.
I barely used it though.
Not.
Squeezing the cuttlefish anus on their face like, oh, I got the juiciest one.
Not.
Good amount of damage. Why does Shigaru Magala scream in purple? I don't have the answer to that question. I mean, it's 15% more damage. Is guard up unnecessary for lands? If you don't like using insta-block, guard and guard up can be nice. I mean, guard up can be nice even on insta-block. Look, I will bite you, okay? If I see you, any one of you in real life, you're getting bitten. Insta-block is only on regular lands. I don't know what's going on with all these redeems. Basil gloves are very good. I would argue that, I don't know, between Basil and between Baroth, I think they're pretty close. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If you're gonna run guard, you may as well use Basil. If you're running Instaguard, I think Baroth is better. Was that not restock? Oops. This is Pyre Raknikadachi's Gunlings. They showed some previews of some new hunts. Fluffy Yapper. Oh. I didn't know who was going to heal me more. Arlo or Fiorrain. I kind of trust Fiorrain. Somebody was like, there's like grainy, almost like webcam-esque footage out there. I'm anticipating Capcom will have it shown off properly within the next day or two. Please come. I'll just let the team take it. How many wall bangs did Hanoa just get there? It looked like a lot. It just looked like a lot. Oh, damn it. Any wire bugs? He's running. Woo! No twins? Hanoa's here. Minoto is kind of terrifying. Best part. What does Minoto do? She gives you the Sonic horn song, which is not always a good thing. I mean, Hinoa is the really dongo hungry one. Can I say, I was trying to look for some like fan art or illustration of Hinoa and Minoto like giggling, like holding up their hand to their face and giggling last night. And I found a lot of fan art. None of it was what I was looking for. I found a lot of fan art. Oh god. Saved by Hinoa. Did I see the egg fan art? I did not know that was a thing. Is that how you learn Japanese? Yes. Wow, he's already ready for capture. I don't know if capturing is better here or not, but we'll just he tweaks out so hard. I learned Japanese watching Rent a Girlfriend. I learned that if we were Japanese friends in real life, I would call you Kan Sato Chin. That's what I learned. That means Kan Sato the penis. I think it's funny. It makes me laugh. Where's my nickname? You could be Fire Chin if you want. SDShepard OGs. Yo, in Japanese culture, anyone over or even near the age of 30 is an OG son, okay? So I'm not even going to defend it at that. I'm in my late 20s. Someone got sheppied. Oh, see you tomorrow. Learn about the hierarchy of what? I have no idea what that is. Sus SDShepard? I feel like I always need claws. Fight Almadron? Nah. Did you miss it? I mean, do you have a ticket to San Diego Comic-Con? It wasn't live streamed. Gonna have meme build days? We already had a bubbly dance day. It's a little bit of a meme. Not as much of a meme as you'd think, though. Usually at Comic-Con, they don't immediately like live stream it. Like they want people to feel like they had a reason to go to the event. Is blade scale even that bad though on bow? I don't even know if it's bad. Maybe it is bad. I really don't know. What Wheel of Challenges day? If I do Wheel of Challenges, I do bets, and whenever I do bets, chat gets it's like giving like sugar to like a 6-year-old kid. Like they tweak out. They can't handle it. The cluster build? I don't know about that. Metal Gear Survive Day? Genuinely one of my favorite Metal Gear games. You guys think they improved the iframes on that at all? Kind of feels like they did. I never commit to playing it. I mean, I've played it before. Look, man, I'm cursed. Unless it's Chimera Land, I am not capable of streaming variety. It's just the way it is. Oh! Dog kind of screwed me up there a little bit. We could stream Bloons. That's true. Bloons does okay. I don't know why. I have no idea why. I can stream Monster Hunter and I can stream Bloons Tower Defense 6. Why is that? It doesn't make any sense. Dauntless? Dauntless does reasonably okay, but I think that's more of like a morbid curiosity out of some people. Yo, that was sick! Next balloon stream? We'll find out. I'm gonna be in a different country next month, so who knows what the hell is gonna happen. Train conductor sim? I can't just stream. People enjoyed that because I was actively sundowning the entire time. If I actually learned how to operate the trains, it wouldn't be as entertaining. People enjoy the puzzle game? Oh, that was pretty good. That was okay for a nice weekend game. Yeah, I enjoyed that. The developer being around is pretty fun, too. Sundowning? Sundowning. How would you define it? It's like senile dementia? Sort of? What? That's an active attack? Did I miss the Capcom event? No. Because it wasn't streamed. We played a little bit of that one Siege game. That was pretty fun. I think I like the road building game more, but the game was interesting. Some visual novels. I could become an untranslated Japanese visual novel stream. Then when I become fluent in Japanese, Poki Poki Iru Village, I will help localize it in some way. Through a translation or just a playthrough. They said they have one more update for the first one before it's released, as in like... What? As in, what? There's a title update before Lucid? Or they've got like one more patch for the retail game. Wasn't another monster reveal, I see. Oh no! This is Capcom in this century, John. It's impossible not to have everything just completely leaked before it comes out. No, I don't think I've listed any Capcom employees. If I could, I would. see the set, remind me after the hunt. I'd be happy to show it to you. Liz Briozo? Yes. I'd cry as I did it, though. Grimclaw is a lot more likely than Molten, but you never know. Whoops! Was Lucent Narga regular Narga who occasionally let you visit? He had different hit zones, he had some different moves. He'd shoot poison things. Oh, that's gonna go that way. Don't run. No! Did you guys know that normal monsters are made as strong as the afflicted monsters and afflicted hunts? Did you know that? Now you know. That's what I get for being a bullet barragelet. I mean, I didn't exclusively do bullet barrage. I got a voicemail. Who wants to bet it's a spam call? It was from California. I do not live in California. That was the Instacart order. He was calling me about the chicken. You could fight the other monsters as a challenge, Fume. Absolutely. Here's what makes me happy. A little bit of a mix is nice. You've gotten calls from Zimbabwe before? Was it like a collect call, or were they like trying to... Were they paying like for the call? That's like a lot of money. International calling is no joke. Which is really weird because, like, it's basically free to talk to people online now. Jofu, I don't even know what you're saying in that comment, but I'm just going to say it concerns me. I mean, Skype, Discord, WhatsApp. Is it Line? You got that? That's a VTuber, I take it? You say Luna? Is that a VTuber? Line is only in Japan? I think you can make it. I think you can use it in other places. Calls about insurance, my car extended warranty. I'm part of a credit union that got scammed into like doing marketing for extended car warranties. And like, I'm about to call them and close my account because like, it's not even that it bothers me. It's just like pathetic. Like, do you guys not know how to run a business? You can't make money without being like selling. Like, how many of those do you even sell? Maybe like 10 a year? I would love to see like random afflicted quests. You just join it and it's like a random hunt option. Oh, somebody wanted to see this. The Fun Choker, thank you. It's an interesting set because like you actually get some raw damage here. So we got full attack 7, full crit boost. Crit is at... Crit's only at 60%. But if you had a fighter cat, it would actually be 90%. I don't really know how else to build it. I don't know. Maybe you could drop some of the raw there for it's on my talisman. Attack 3, resentment 1. You could maybe drop some of the razor sharp. You could also maybe use like the storage legs. How's the update in the fighter cat buff? I've never really timed it. I just assume it's up. It's probably not. Okay, well, isn't there legs that gives like razor sharp 3? And these basically give you razor sharp 3. But you got to deal with the bloodlust. But you get razor sharp 3 and you get 20% affinity. Those are pretty good value. Astalos gives legs give razor 3. Is it Astalos or Espinos? Astalos. I think it's better. Any recommendations for the chest? You use Malzeno Helm and use your Weakness 2 1/1 charm. The chest is still great. Oh, wait. You get double... hold on. Jelly Vest is maybe not as terrible as you might think. I'm sure there's like a good Gunlance chest somewhere. Not really Hermitar. If you want to play very defensive, Hermitar is okay. Let me check the other like Gunlance options. It's not Basil. Maybe Heavy Knight? Heavy Knight's pretty cool. I mean, you'd be proccing offensive guard on the guard edge. It's not amazing, but it's not bad. If you're gonna be going over on your Wex anyways. I'd be surprised if you didn't have a better talisman anyways. Somewhere. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you don't need to use the Malzeno Helm. Do I have a... doc or website is completed builds. Usually I post stuff on my YouTube channel. Anything you see there is probably a reasonable build. I used to update my Discord with builds. I just haven't done it in a while. Maybe I'm still kind of like making sets or something, or maybe I'm just being lazy. I don't know. I mean, I'll say this. The Rhinopolis arms are such amazing value. Like, I would build any Gunlance set around the arms. Like, you don't get anything better in the game than that. Archfiend is just kind of okay. It's not amazing. It's just nice to have 1 point of chain crit. It's not going to make or break anything. Malzeno Helm, same thing. I mean, it's just nice because Wirebed Whisperer is, like, there. Elemental Switch Axe is great. What monster do you want to see? Or I guess I should say, let's see what Elemental Switch Axes I even have. It's power, right? Is this power? Hold on. That's definitely element. It's also definitely element. What have I eaten today? I usually have toast and cottage cheese in the morning. I had a protein bar. And I'm going to have meatballs and rice for dinner. You trying to follow? Are you like categorizing my diet? Meatballs are pretty good. I like meatballs. I wonder if we can get by with like Master's Touch on this. Maybe. Let's find out. I've never tried that before. Maybe it's possible. Am I done with keto? I haven't really done keto in a while. I mean, I try to stay generally low carb. I mean, the bread that I eat is only like 45 calories a slice. It's like low carb bread. But saying strict ketogenic, I mean, it's just a pain in the ass. Especially in this economy. It just doesn't feel like it's really worth it. And if I was really like, if I was going to be like in a swimsuit calendar, stop. I would do it. But I mean, as it is, like, you don't need it to stay healthy. Merch idea. A little erotic cosplay calendar. I mean, I find as long as I don't eat breakfast cereal, as weird as that sounds, like, I'm generally okay. I think we're going to go over on Crit Eye if I put on the ingot legs. So I got to figure something out here. Gain a pound per bowl of cereal? I believe it. I actually believe it. You know what? Maybe, what am I using? Maybe I will just go Lunagron. I was playing around with this concept the other day. Where is it? This. Not that. Hold on. That was a lie. This with the Lunagron arms. I kind of like it. Gonna need a lot of slots. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to fit it. Well, it's got attack 4. Oh, then we're gonna go over in the chest, though. We'll do this. Yeah, it's hard because if you've got the rapid morph there, you got to keep that in mind. So 50, 65, 75. I can get crit eye 5. It's probably worth it. And what that is, oh, that's only Master's Touch 1 though. Too much of a pain, I think. I don't know. Too much of a pain to run Agitator. At least on this set. I'm not saying it's always a bad idea, but on this set, it's hard. I think this works out. This works out the cleanest, anyways. For what we need it to do. I don't even with all this in mind, I still don't know if it's able to handle the sharpness destruction that comes inherent with Switch Axe. I guess we'll find out. Huh. That actually works out kind of clean. Really? Huh. I still get Grinder 3 on it? Although there's a case to be made to use Steadfast instead. Let's see how this does in the training area. That wasn't terrible. I mean, obviously, if we get a non-weak spot, it's going to be really bad. I think I'm kind of into it. Kind of into me? Thank you. I don't know what I'm going to use it on. Maybe Afflicted Maldo? Do an Afflicted Maldo run. His elemental hit zones are pretty awful, though. But, like, I don't know. It's just so hard to find anything that's actually, like, weak to water that you want to fight. Congratulations, Hetty. Please do not twist my dick off. Fight Magmadron? Well, I don't even have it in my concept of monsters that I want to hunt. Which is kind of funny. Like, I don't even think of them as like something that like I would even want to hunt. No, like everyone's got their own like little rotation of monsters that they like to fight. It's not really there for me. Maybe I haven't really given him enough of a chance. I don't know. You know, Afflicted Magmadron's gonna be real bad. You gotta wait for the claws to be heated up, though? It's not going particularly well. Oh, that goes backwards? Wow. Maybe he is a harder fight than I give him credit for. Got the arm. I thought he was gonna run. He did it. Almadron smells like Werther's Originals candies. Are birds required for time attack? No. I don't normally use wire step. I feel like Switch Axe has enough mobility skills, in my opinion. I mean, depending on your route, you might end up picking up a couple spirit birds, but they're definitely not like... I wouldn't use the word, like, required. He might smell like mud. Mud is a reasonable thing to expect Almadron to smell like. They, really added a lot of hit stun there, didn't they, to that one Hermitar little guy. Oh, wait, hold on. It's the other way around. No! This is a clown fiesta. This is so bad. Oh, hey, hold on. I got all these shinies, though. I mean, you don't necessarily go out of your way for spirit birds, but if they're on the route, especially, like, attack birds, like, you may as well take them. It's gonna explode. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah, I don't normally run guard on Gunlance. It's not like guard edge really needs it. If you want it, I mean, there's lots of good choices. He was so big. Oh. We're okay. We're totally fine. My friend Almadron is here to save us. I mean, as long as you have attack 4, and even then, it's not even like attack 4 is a requirement. Just attack 4 is just like such good value. I think Almadron knows who I am. I don't know. What do you think? Yo, it's out of control, Chaos Dragon, man. I can't even answer my phone anymore. It's unreal. Like, I've got a spam blocker, it's just not enough. We unplugged the house landline? Honestly, at this point, cancel everything for just, other than just your internet. Unless your parents really like watching cable TV for some reason. Yeah, the people that run the scam phone call list make more money paying fines than they do than like not doing business, so to speak. Ran right into it. Damn it! Well, with my death, that's as good a time as always to end this stream. It's just like wrestlers never go out on a victory,
レムイリシュ
I too must take this as an opportunity to go eat dinner. Is it boys' time yet? I gotta eat dinner, dude. It's hot, man. I'm happy. I went 5 hours today, all right?
ディリソラーベ
We're gonna watch the Crunchy Narga gameplay. I'm gonna probably do something. All right, I love you all. Have a great night. See you tomorrow.